everybody. Welcome to the first stream of the 30-hour WRITE-A-THON. 30
Whoa!
straight hours of streaming!
Yay!
Yay! For those of you who don't know, I am Celeste Joan. I am a... oh gosh, words. I am a young adult contemporary writer hoping to be self-published within this next upcoming year. And with me I have two lovely co-hosts. For now, we'll have some others popping in and out throughout the rest of the stream. If you guys want to go ahead and introduce yourselves.
Yeah, I'm just going to start for the logical order if that's cool. My name's Anne. I will be doing the other, not half, I'm doing like 2/5 of the other streams, but I'm the other main host, I guess. And I also write mostly YA, and my debut, Removable Acro, is also supposed to be self-published early next year. So, very excited about that.
My name is Laura Nettles. I have a YouTube channel called Laura Nettles and a Twitch channel called Laura_Nettles where I do writing streams. I am working on my adult horror collection that will be published next year, and I am currently drafting a middle grade horror novel.
Ooh,
so hopefully I will be querying that next year, and yeah. It's like Goosebumps meets Little Shop of Horrors with a carnivorous plant disguised as a human woman who moves in across the street from the main character on
Ooh.
Nightmare Lane. So this will be the first of a series, hopefully, on this street where monsters move in.
So intrigued.
So cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. And in the comments we see we have Nina joining us. Hello. And we also have Violet joining us. Hello, hello. Let us know what everyone is working on today, and then after that we can go ahead and jump into the first sprint. So I have two different projects that I've been working on this month. Both are young. Actually, that's a lie. One of them is young adult. One of them is new adult. So I'm going to be jumping between those two. I'm editing one, drafting another, so it's kind of two different stages of the process. And what are you working on today and tomorrow?
So I have 3 different projects lying next to me, and they're all very different. So I want to draft the 3rd book in my series called Removable Life. I'm at like 18k, and I want to draft it this month. Then I have a middle grade as well, which I just started as a fantasy, and it's hopefully going to be the first in the series where I just barely got the outline done. And the 3rd one is one I've been working on for a while. It's like a new adult contemporary story, which is, just the one I want to fall back on. I thought if I get stuck on one of these projects, just jump to a different one just to keep the flow going. So I chose 3 very different projects for that.
Nice. I will be continuing to draft my middle grade horror. I am on chapter 7.5. Like I'm halfway through chapter 7. So I've only outlined 14 chapters. So draft 2 will be bulking it up a little bit. But yeah. Hopefully I will finish this draft soon because the chapters are like 1,000 words apiece.
Awesome.
Yeah. As I'm editing my YA book, I'm realizing it's going to be another long one because draft 3 sat at like 85,000 words, which is completely fine. And draft 4 is currently around 85,000 words, and I still have like a couple more chapters to edit my way through. So I'm gonna have to go back to the beginning and cut some words out, because yeah, pacing is interesting. Pacing's always been interesting.
Yeah, when I first started editing, I found myself deleting a whole bunch of stuff, and now I'm like, I can add this idea, and I can add this, and just make my world way bigger, and now I'm like adding like 500 words every chapter, and I'm like, you need to calm down. Yeah. Calm down.
Nina said most likely starting off with their middle grade fantasy, but we'll jump between 3 projects: my middle grade short story collection and outlining my enemies to lovers YA fantasy. Ooh. Awesome. Those all sound like great projects.
Yeah.
And sounds like a couple of us are jumping around from projects today, which is good because I don't think I could do 30 hours of one project. That might be a bit much.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's awesome.
I have my premise for the sequel to this book, this middle grade. So the first one is the carnivorous plant lady. The second one is a gargoyle, and a child starting to turn into an animated stone gargoyle because he's preying on the fears of the children at school. So if I finish this novel I will start outlining and drafting the second one.
Ooh,
Yay.
that's exciting. I have a quick question. How does like writing a series work with querying? Like, do you write the full series, or do you just start the series and then start querying the first one? Because
So normally I'm a kind of slowish writer. Like, man, it was so hard. So this is much nicer since there's shorter book lengths for middle grade. So I want to have the first 2 or 3 done before I start querying the first one, just so if they want to start fast tracking it, then I have stuff ready to go
yeah,
and not die of stress because I have a day job.
totally
I
get
feel
that.
that.
Ooh. Is he doing okay?
Yeah. I think he's tired of having the cone on.
Poor little
Cone
Lily.
of shame.
All right. Well, if everyone is ready, we can go ahead and jump into the first sprint.
Yeah.
Do we know how long we would like to go for?
Do you want to do your typical calculate between X and X? So like between 15 and
Yeah.
20 or something like
I'll
that?
gladly do a random number generator. If I can pull that up, that's the one thing I didn't have ready.
I'm
I
sorry.
do have dice as well if you want to pull those out.
Ooh. Yeah, well, let's
Ooh.
do that. That's fun.
I will go grab the bag
Yeah.
wherever
I'll
it
get
went. I'll be right back.
the other screen set up.
Yeah.
And we're going to be using our Halloween timer because Halloween
I
is
love
coming up
it.
soon.
Yeah. And also everyone, we have a Google spreadsheet where we
Oh, yeah.
want to track like just how much we write together over the course of like the sprints and the streams. So if you share your word count and your call, we would put that in the spreadsheet just so we can like
I need to pull that
have
up.
an estimate of how much is actually doable to write like in that time
Yeah.
with this many people going around. So, but we will do that. You don't have to do anything for that.
I found it, and they're falling everywhere already. Don't you dare eat that. Okay, I think that's all that fell out. So, what number die, what sided die do you guys want?
20?
Yeah.
Okay. So, these are from a former roommate's roommate who left all of their D&D die.
Oh, why would you do that?
I don't know. So I will use this 20-sided die.
Yeah.
If it's a 1, we'll roll again. A 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. We can start with a 10-minute sprint. Actually, I'm going to do this. I'm going to make this a little bit. How do I go back? Let's do. I think I saw someone do this. We do the number and then you backwards the number for the seconds.
Oh.
I always
like
like those
that.
weird times. Alright, so if you guys haven't been to my channel before, I do Halloween races for my timers just to make things a little bit more fun. So we have Circa Dag in the Night, the Mummy, the Pirate, and Pete the Pumpkin. So let us know in the chat who you guys are voting for this one. Per normal,
Mummy.
I'm gonna go for Pete the Pumpkin just because he's super cute.
I think I want to go for the pirate.
Okay. Then I'm also gonna go ahead and start pulling up my documents and figure out which
That would
project
be
I
a
want to
great
work on.
idea.
Because I don't know which one I'm going to be working on. I think I'll start trying to draft a bit today.
Yeah, I also want to, get removable life probably to 25k today.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully. We're going to see how that happens.
Yeah, I'm going to check my seasonal writing challenge goal real quick because I don't know where I need to be at for that.
Do let us know that. I think mine for today is 4,472 and I have a feeling I'm going to hit it.
I would think so. I know mine. I did not hit mine yesterday just because I was watching the news like nonstop, and so I just wasn't able to get my brain to the spot where I needed to be able to write. But today my goal is 1,272. So
Yeah, I
that's
think you can do
completely
that.
doable.
You got that. I think my goal is 7k
For the day?
for the day.
Nice.
Not the sprint.
Yeah, for 10 minutes, that's a little
Yeah.
much.
All right. And then, Lord, who do you want to vote for to win this race?
The mummy.
Awesome.
Then we
Cool.
have one for every one of, like,
So
the
somebody
participants.
will win. We won't have another repeat of all my previous streams where no one gets any of the races.
But I mean, the blue guy isn't there, so maybe that's
Right,
just
yeah.
already a good sign.
All right. Well, if everyone's ready, we can go ahead and start sprinting. In 3, 2, 1. Happy productivity.
So fast.
I know, I'm so used to that. There we go. I know, I'm so used to like 20-minute sprints. I'm like, okay.
Same. How you do?
I was able to get banana bread, get some more water. I don't think that's the correct word count, so I'm gonna have to take a second and count up what I actually did. Okay, so I was able to write 173 words.
Nice.
Okay. I got 4 or 5. I'm just in the middle of a scene that's like so good.
Yeah.
Nice. I was editing a chapter, chapter 5. So there is a Twitch streamer called Coffee Quills, and they will proofread for 10 minutes with certain number of channel points. And so I keep redeeming, so they are slowly going through my entire book and proofreading for me.
Yes, that's great.
Awesome.
Yay! So, yeah, I am like halfway done proofreading chapter 5, and they've already proofread No, I'm on chapter 4? Where am I? I don't even know. I'm on chapter 4. They've already proofread chapter 5, so then I'll go through and fix up 5 as well, and then I'll continue on writing 7.
Nice.
Awesome. I just realized I never put on Instagram that we're live. I'm sorry. I'm gonna do that.
It's fine. I just realized I never saw who won the race.
True.
So, the knight won that race, which means that Violet won that race. Nice. Cool.
So chivalrous.
And then Nina was able to get 194 words for that sprint.
Nice.
Awesome.
Cool. I don't have any prepared topics to talk about. So if anyone has any like writing related questions, like fun questions that anyone would like to know answers to, maybe?
Okay, I have a question. Have you looked into book cover designers and editors? If you want to publish next year, that's something you should be doing.
I have not yet. We'll get there.
Yeah.
I do have like a good idea of like what I want though, so it's a step in the right direction. Because like a few weeks ago I was like, I don't know what I want this cover to look like, and now after I did those fun little mock-ups, I was like, okay, this could work. But I'm also not a cover designer, so I don't know if it'll actually work, but I have a good idea, but I have not looked into actual people yet.
It's good that you don't look into people. That sounds very unhealthy.
X-ray vision.
Yeah, so we'll get there.
For my adult horror collection, I'm going with Enchanted Ink for the editing and proofreading and formatting.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure about for covers. Like, I had somebody on Fiverr do some painted illustrations.
Cute.
So I had 2. So I had one do cover painted illustrations, and I had one do interior paintings for some of my stories and poems and stuff. And yeah, after going through some of Sarah Cannon's Heart Breathing's course on self-publishing, they're like, look at the trends. Yeah. See what fits. I was like, this is old school horror. People don't, like, I don't know.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna have to get somebody else to do a cover, and I want it to wrap around with the spine, so I need to wait till after formatting so we figure out how fat the spine needs to be exactly. So
yeah, the book cover designer. So I'm working with Mandy Lin currently for the series, and I'm very happy with her. And how she does it is she just gives you the cover, and then once you're like approaching the end, like when you're in like your final steps of editing, she then does the spine, so she doesn't have to like redo it and stuff like that. So I don't know what my spine is going to look like yet. I just know what my front cover is going to look like, which is, you know, kind of fun because then it's another surprise, but also kind of like I just want to see it all, you know, come together. Like my proof copy does not have a bag, you know.
Yeah. you want to see the paintings I had done?
I mean, if you want to share.
Yes.
Let's see. Saved pictures. Where did I save you?
Also, have you already booked your spot with Enchanted Ink? Or...
Yes. Oh, I did that months ago.
Because I was reaching out to them, I think it was literally yesterday, because I'm working with an editor right now, but I don't think we're the best fit for each other. I'm just going to say it like that. So I want to switch after book 1 to a different editor, and I was thinking Enchanted Ink as well. But I don't know if they have availability in the time when I need them. So
yeah, I booked them like almost a year in advance.
That's crazy.
So
but are you working with Natalia, or are you working with a different editor?
A different one. So editing starts February.
Exciting.
Okay, share screen.
I need to get into that.
So this is what I had for the front. But
ooh,
it doesn't fit with my like the current trends. I was like, darn it. So this one was for a horrific sci-fi flash fiction that I did.
It's so
where
pretty, though.
The alien guns transform people into rust. So the husband hides his rusted wife under the floorboards and tries to take out the aliens.
Okay, I get
let's
it.
See. This was the back.
Ooh.
Wait, that's not the final. There we go.
That's
Ooh,
so pretty.
that's pretty.
So
Like, that's art,
I really
not
like
just
that one.
putting pictures together. That's art.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so impressed.
So I'm not sure what to do because those are not current horror trends, but they're pretty.
Yeah.
I mean, you can always, if you don't think it's right now, you can always republish it later, like an anniversary edition with those covers. Be like, this is what I originally wanted this to look like. That way they don't go to waste. Or you can do it like, I have 2 different covers as well. And I have the one that's more my genre as the ebook and paperback, because you will see those more. And then the hardcover's like the other one that's not as fitting, but that I like. So depending on what you want to do.
Yeah. I was
So
like,
I gotta go back to square one with my cover.
But it's really pretty. Like, I would buy that if I saw that.
I was doing the Sarah Cannon's Publish in 5 course, and it was like talk about look at the trends and figure out where your book fits on Amazon. And I'm like, well, it's just young adult contemporary. It's not. There's no romance. There's no like anything else. It's just life. So I'm like trying to figure all that out, and I'm just like, where does this fit? I don't know. So
the modern horror trends for the collections are like super cheesy, self-published that don't look good.
Yeah.
Or like the Stephen King ones are like Rorschach ink blot tests.
Yeah.
So it's like,
Yeah.
well.
And then before we get into the next sprint, Nina also reread their query for the middle grade to get motivated. I write training queries for books, so I know what I want it to be. Works surprisingly well to get me motivated. That's awesome. And
Yeah,
then,
sorry,
yeah,
isn't a query just a hype letter for that book anyway? Like,
Yeah.
isn't that what it's supposed to be?
I don't know. And then they also think that the covers look incredible. I would buy that immediately. Honestly,
do?
yeah.
Thanks.
They're so pretty.
Yeah.
Alright, if you want to go ahead and roll the dice to figure out how long we can go for. I think if it's under a 10, we can like roll it twice and then get a longer sprint.
Should
That'll
we do a 20 plus a 6?
Yeah, let's do that.
6 plus 2 is 8. No!
Try again.
Let me add this one.
Okay.
Plus 1! What the heck? No!
Hold on.
Alright, 15 plus 4. 19.
Okay.
19.
I was gonna
okay.
say next time I'm gonna roll.
I have bad luck, apparently.
I don't have dice, I just have cards.
Yeah, I only have those, and like my boyfriend has like 17. Like,
My brother has a
collections.
lot. Oh wait, that's not gonna work. It's fine, we'll go anyway.
Sounds good.
oh, I just
Alright.
realized what your problem was. I was like, that looks fine. Like, you can put it in. Yeah.
Good to know it converts it though, that's nice.
Yeah.
Alright, so for the sprint we got the bloody nurse, the cute little purple guy, Elphaba the Witch, and Thorkadag the Knight again. So let us know who you're gonna go for. I'm gonna go for the purple guy because he's cute.
He's almost the blue guy.
Almost,
Witch.
but he's a cute little thing.
Then I'll go
Alright.
with the nurse. The knight can't win twice.
No, he
You'd be surprised.
now he's going to. Alright, so we got one for, oh gosh, purple guy, and you're going for the nurse. Laura's going for the witch. Nina is going for the purple guy. Violet is going to go for the witch. So I don't think we have anyone for the knight.
So we're all
hopefully
betting against
he
the
doesn't.
knight.
Yes.
You want to bet he wins again?
I don't want to, because then he will. Alright, if everyone's ready, we can go ahead and start sprinting in 3, 2, 1. Happy productivity.
the nurse.
It's
Yay! I won!
Yay! Wow. Did anyone else go for the nurse?
No, I
No,
don't
it was
think so.
just Anne. Well,
I
congratulations.
think thank you.
You're a winner.
And then while we were sprinting, Crystal joined us.
Hey.
Hi.
There we go. And then they are working on class stuff while brainstorming how to fix a problematic chapter in their story. Multitasking. Whee! And how did everyone do for that sprint? I need to calculate words. Because I sprinted between
You do
two
that.
chapters.
I'm gonna start. So I got 460 words, and I only read for like 10 minutes because I was talking to my vlog before that, which is a little awkward talking to a camera while also being on camera here, but I got over that, so doing good.
I finished editing chapter 4 and I edited chapter 5.
Amazing.
So the cliffhanger is a little bit more understandable. So hurrah, hurrah.
That's
Yeah, I
amazing.
was
May
able-
involve poison.
Ooh.
I was able to write 586 words.
Nice.
And then Nina made a mistake when I put musical songs into my writing playlist for this project. I get so distracted easily and just sing and dance. Yeah,
Yeah.
I've tried like putting musical songs on or like watching a musical in the background while writing. Does not work.
No. For me, it's just the lyrics. If it's like non-lyrics, it's not that bad though.
Yeah.
Like just instrumental, I can do, but lyrics, excuse me, I need to sing. I need a hairbrush.
Yes. Violet walked her dog. I'll start working eventually. It's fine. Just whenever we got a lot of time. We have all of the time in the next 2 days to get all the words in. So
Yeah.
For sure.
And then Nina got 284 words, finished chapter 7, realized I needed to add another chapter between 7 and 8, so I started the new chapter 8. Yeah.
Awesome. Also,
That's why my books are so long.
we all together already hit the 2,000 words written mark for the day in 2 sprints,
awesome.
so doing good.
So good.
I don't know how to calculate editing. Like, do you want me to calculate chapters or pages or just drop that?
Yeah, just
go
drop
overboard.
it. I'll put it in as like, nah, just drop it. It's too much to figure out. And then I am curious because I'm terrible with coming up with names for my characters, as I think I've mentioned multiple times. So I'm curious as to how you guys come up with like names for your characters and all that fun stuff.
Laura, do you want to go first?
Sure. So I do a lot of like behind the name for figuring out different aspects of my character and then finding names that represent those aspects. For my middle grade horror, I named Miss Sundew because she is a carnivorous plant disguised as a human. And one of the plants she is based off of is the Australian sundew plant. So
Oh, that's
I
smart.
just stole that name right there.
Nice.
Love that.
Yeah.
I use a lot of baby name sites. And then I also, every time I see a great name, I write it down. I have a list on my phone and on my computer, and I write it down, and usually like more unique names, and then I go through it and I'm like, is it worth it to name a character like that? Like, does it fit the world? Can I do that? And yeah, but I use a lot of baby name sites too. Also, sometimes I ask my chat, so I feel like they named one of the parents in this book. So
I also steal names of author tubers.
same.
Yep. Yeah, I normally just like use like baby name. I like sometimes I have a feeling for like the first letter of the character's name. I'm like, it feels like a M character. It feels like an A. I have a lot of A names.
Same. A and M.
Yeah.
And E. Those
I
are
just
my letters.
love A names. And so I'm just like so I would just try to find something that works. I'm trying to find my main character's brother's-in-law's name, and I can't figure out what it's gonna be. Because at first it was Chris, and he feels like Chris, but that kind of doesn't work because my literal brother-in-law is named Chris.
Oh, okay.
So I don't want to be like doing that. So I tried changing it to Jackson, but that just doesn't feel right anymore. So I need to figure that out soon. But yeah, for this book, the new one that I'm drafting, I'm using a random letter generator and then just coming up with a random name using that because it's a first draft and these names are gonna change no matter what. So
True.
if anyone has any older, protective, caring brother-in-law names, let me know.
So this is a family tree of my adult sci-fi that I've been working on. And so a lot of these names are names of constellations, names of stars, names of nebulas, names of things like that. And so, like Sagittarius, Zeta, Hadar. I don't remember what Hadar is from. But yeah. So I just go through and look up all these different star names. And behind the name, I went through and looked up all these different star names. And so
That's so clever.
so many names.
Yeah, names get overwhelming.
That's just one of my main characters' family trees.
Are they all relevant, or are they just relevant like in your head?
Some of them are in different secret societies.
Okay.
So I gotta figure out who's related to whom, who's in which secret society, who's the head of the family, who's being trained to be the next head of the family, who's being targeted to be eliminated to make sure the next head of the family goes in this direction instead.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's fun.
Yeah. That's like me with my crazy Excel spreadsheet of about I don't know how to. I have an Excel spreadsheet of all of the years that all of my books span over because they all exist in the same universe. And so I have this huge, massive spreadsheet that has like them broken down. I'll just share it because it's hard to explain. And I don't think there's any super spoilers in it. Where is it?
What do you mean you don't put the ending of every book on there? What?
So like it starts out, I just have a yearly breakdown of when all the things happen, and they're color coded by book.
Of course.
And then everything, but it goes on forever because like the children have stories later on. But then we also have like monthly spreads for every single month in there.
Whoa.
Nice.
Because I got into like a loophole once where I had a character talking to a character who was older than her here, and then she talked to the same character later, but then the other character was younger, and I was like, that's not how time works.
I mean, not in a contemporary story, probably.
No. So I made this huge spreadsheet, and it's a lot, but it definitely helps with my sanity, knowing like exactly when everything happens. So yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah. And then Crystal made some notes and drew the first lines of a face. I realized how much danger I put in my main character. I realized how much danger I put my main character in that she actually logically can't make it out on her own.
Love
no. Yeah, I made a TikTok about that the other day, where it's like, when bad things start happening to my character, it's like, it's not my fault, I didn't do anything wrong, like, it's not my problem. And then Nina said I have a love-hate relationship with naming characters. Sometimes I know names right away, or right away when my middle grade MCs are named Hattie and Winter, which I knew immediately, or I go through websites for hours. Yeah. I feel like that's very, very common. And then Sako came in and gave us a heart. Hello. And then, yeah. Cool.
When I come up with a character, like when I come across them in my script, whatever, I have to immediately stop and name them. I can't have an unnamed character in my draft.
Oh, I do that a lot, just like mum, or like cook, or like person who lives there. And then it's like, it even goes through revision sometimes. I'm like, yeah, I figured that out. And then I'm sitting there like 3 days before it's supposed to go off to someone. I'm like, names.
Yeah. I had one character, like I had 3 brothers in one of my books, and I just could not figure out their names for the life of me.
I like come up with their name, their age, what they look like, character traits for
That's awesome.
all. There it goes. For all
I'm
of my
so impressed.
little characters for this. I even did the cat. The cat's name is Mr. Hissy.
Aw.
That's cute.
So this is my middle grade book thing. But yeah.
But yeah, oh, I lost my train of thought.
We can also all
Come
agree
back.
that first names and last names are completely different things, right? Like characters don't need last names. That's
Yeah.
Well, in my sci-fi, the women carry the last names, so the men take on
Ooh.
the wife's last name.
We love
And
it.
so
I'm
it's a
into that.
matriarchal society,
Yes.
and so it's interesting trying to come up with all these last names for different guys. Like,
Yeah. But yeah, like one of my books, I had like my main character had 3 brothers, and I was trying to figure out their names, and I just kept like changing them around while I was writing the first draft. So like between 3 brothers, they had like 6 different names at one point. So I'm like reading through it, trying to like write draft 2. I'm like, I don't know which brother this is, because like 2 of them are twins, and I'm like, that doesn't help. So we eventually got there.
Yeah.
So that was fun.
in my YA sci-fi that is now shelved, I had a Galu and a Gallo for last names. I was like, even I got mixed up typing it, because when I did a control replace,
Yeah.
like it changed a couple of the wrong ones. I was like, even I was confused.
Yeah, I did a control place for Chris to Jackson, and it changed Christmas to Jackson to Miss.
That's why you have to have a period or a space at the end.
Yeah, I was like, well, that doesn't work. Because I was just reading through, and I'm like, what the heck? Why did this change? But yeah,
I love
was
that.
fun. All right. Well, if we're ready, we can go ahead and hop into our third sprint, get some more words in.
Yay.
You want to figure out how long we're going for?
Oh, yeah.
Whoever wants to roll some dice.
Which one do you want me to roll? The 20, the 20 and the 4, the 20 and the 6, 20 and the 12?
Let's do it.
6.
20 and a 6, yeah.
Uh, 13 and 6, so 19?
19 again?
Do you want me to re-roll?
No, it's fine. We'll do 1919 this time. Change it up a little bit. Alright, so we have Carl the Clown, the guy in the straitjacket, Remus the werewolf,
Hannibal.
and Dracula.
I'm going with Hannibal Lecter.
Alright. I'm gonna go for Remus the werewolf.
I'll take the clown.
Okay. Let us know who everyone is voting for in the chat. Alright, so Crystal is going for Dracula.
Hannibal lecture.
That's great.
Whatever.
Violet, I also believe that is a vampire emoji. It's
Yeah.
very small, but vampire. Awesome. And then Nina go for the clown, and then we got another one for Dracula. Hello, Seb, as well. Welcome, welcome.
Hi.
So I think we got one for everyone, which is awesome. So if everyone's ready, we can go ahead and start sprinting in 3, 2, 1. Happy productivity.
Such a cheater.
I don't think so.
Oh no, he found a squeaky toy.
The werewolf won that one. Did any? Oh my gosh, so many comments. I think I was the only one who voted for the werewolf.
Yeah, there was a
And
lot
the
of
vampire. The vampire is constipated now.
Yeah, and the clown is very sad. There we go. Lots of comments came in as well. Seb said, when he teaches you about cannibalism, call it Hannibal lecture.
Exactly.
And then I hope I'm gonna pronounce this right, but Dia? Question mark. Okay.
I think so.
Is there a write-a-thon this weekend? There is. Anne and I are hosting 30 hours of writing sprints this weekend.
30.
And we have all
Not
of our
3.
lovely. What?
You said 3.
Yeah, it's 30.
30.
Not 3.
It's still morning. just 3 hours. 30 hours. And we have all of our lovely co-hosts joining us. And we're just gonna get all of the words in. And then, yes, hello. And then Dia will be working on plotting, laying out the evil plan of my villains. Ha ha ha. Which is always fun. And then over the write-a-thon, I hope I can finish prepping everything to write the actual story, which is so exciting. Like, finally getting into the story after prepping it is always... It's either a lot of fun or it's kind of anticlimactic, because it's just like, oh, well, I kind of already know what's going on. Because that's where I'm at with my story. Because I actually planned this one out and plotted it, and now I'm just kind of like, yeah, well, I know how things are going to end, so now I just have to actually, like, write the story, which is, yeah, it's fun. I'd really like to finish it by the end of September. That would be awesome. Yes. And then Sako said, go, Psycho, go! And unfortunately, the werewolf one. But we love the enthusiasm. Comments. And then, yes, Dia's goal is to, with the seasonal writing challenge, is to finish a story. Awesome.
Yeah. I love how many people are participating in my challenge.
Yeah, it's great. I'm hoping to get halfway through this story, but we'll see how that goes.
Yeah. Any progress is good progress.
Yes.
His cone is catching on everything.
I know.
Poor little guy.
And then
Now he's spying on the neighbors through the door.
Of course, the wolf one. Yeah. I know, his legs are so long. Alright, and then we can get into what everyone did for that sprint, because I completely forgot about that again. So let me know, I'm gonna have to count up my words again, but let me know how you guys did for that sprint. Nina was able to get 333 words. And if you guys want to go ahead while I calculate my words.
Do you want to start?
I cooked breakfast and ate breakfast.
Ooh.
And I now have my cranberry raspberry juice.
Ooh, love that mug.
Good times.
I finished writing the chapter. It's like had another 380 words, and it's now sitting at a good 2,000, which is right where I want my chapters to be. Feeling good. Though now I have to get to the other POV, which always. If you write multiple POVs, let me know if you have a favorite. But I absolutely do, because Emily's POV is so much harder to write than Mara's.
And then I was able to write 609 words. And I finished up the chapter I was working on. It's a bit shorter just because I really don't know what's going on. So, it's it is what it is. But I'm going to put that aside, and then for the next ones I'll be working on editing a little bit, because I want to get this story finished this weekend. I have 5 chapters left to edit, so completely doable.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm so excited.
So fun. Editing makes me sad though, because my editor keeps putting back oh yeah, I actually can't do it this week. I'm getting I'm having an operation, and my colleague can't start until October, and I'm like, I was supposed to hand it last week, what's going on?
Yeah.
So I'm taking a break from editing until I can get over that anger, and then we go back.
Di said I would personally need to know how the story ends to write it.
Same.
Yeah. I always It depends on the book for me. Like this one, I know I just know the entire story. I don't know how this happened, but I just planned the entire story. But for a lot of my books, I kind of just like have a main idea, and I know like I normally know the midpoint, and then I don't know anything that happens after that. Um, but what do you guys do? Do you like plan out everything, or do you kind of like figure it out as you go?
I have an outline. For this story, I actually started it as a short story, like a flash fiction piece. It was 1,300 words, and it was basically the climax of the story.
Mm.
And so I submitted that to an anthology. Haven't heard back yet, but I got the bug of I should make this a novel. So I expanded it into a 14 chapter outline. So the climax is still that short story, pretty much. I just have to take out the backstory of it because you'll have seen the whole backstory now.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that's the process for this particular book.
So I do like to plan it. My outlines are not that detailed. As you can see, like every chapter is not that much, just like the bare minimum of what's happening. And I always plan like the main story, but like then side stories happen. So for example, in the third book, our main character, Mara, suddenly finds herself in this caring position for the specific group of other people. And like that was nothing I planned, it just naturally came up. But like the main story is still gonna happen. Like they're still gonna like fight the bad government and stuff. Like we need to defeat them, you know. Why dystopian sci-fi? We all know how it goes. But yeah. I usually have the main story down. Though sometimes I'm fine with just having the single beats. Like if you read The Cat, there's single beats and like multiple chapter beats. I need the single ones, like the midpoint, the catalyst and all of that. And then I can fill in the rest later, like the multiple ones where it's just like set up or getting to learn the character and stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I find it interesting, even for like Project Restart, one of my young adult books, I first wrote it like in 9th grade. And then I completely rewrote it this past, like last year or 2 years ago. And everything changed, like except for like the main plot of the story. But like I added in this like new side character who like I absolutely adore. He's such a sweetheart. And I'm like, it's not a romance book, but like you can kind of tell there's something between the two characters that isn't explored in the book, but could be later, maybe. Yeah, there's something there. They're so cute.
You're just setting yourself up to write like 17 more books with those characters.
You know, I already know what happens when they're like in their 30s. I have this whole other plot outlined for them. But like I don't know if I'll ever actually write it. I just know what happens. So, yeah. Crystal said my face drawing has now guidelines, and I think I have a fix for my chapter.
Hey!
Hopefully I can finish this space in the next few hours. Second writing. Yes, fixes are so good. Yeah. I had a huge timeline issue I had to figure out the other day, and that took a long time. So. And then Crystal also loves the mug. It is great. It is wonderful.
Yes. Etsy.
Nice, yes. Nina said, I'm still trying to finish the first draft of my middle grade during September, but it doesn't look like that will happen. Well, as much as you can get done is good work.
Yeah.
Just you gotta do what works for you.
There's also going to be a whole bunch of other things happening. So in October there's the WRITE-A-THON, in November there's Nano, in December there's the season writing challenge again. So like there's always something going on where I can be like, okay, I'm going to work a little extra for that. So
yeah. Daya has 4 point of views, and I think I like them all equally.
You're wrong.
I used to write like Project Restart originally had 3 points of views, and I feel like I like them all equally because they all had their different stories. Like each of them had a main story going on. There was so much going on in that book. It was a little insane. The more time passes, the more I need to plan ahead of writing for some reason. Yeah, I'm like slowly planning more. Slowly. I always have a chapter with a short description, but things come up and I add chapters, but I always know the main plot.
Yeah.
This is my entire outline. Oh my gosh, come on.
Oh, we can see that. No?
Almost.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like 2 sentences per chapter.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I mean, you can always make it more later on, like if it needs
Yeah.
something else. Just add another B story or something.
Yeah.
I always feel like I'm gonna add. I don't know how much like side story is too much. But yeah, like I'm gonna try and underwrite this draft for this new project just so that I can add so much more to it later, because that's what always keeps happening. I just keep coming up with like new things I want to add in. But this is also a different type of. It's still contemporary, but it's romance contemporary. So I'm trying to figure out like what exactly has to happen in the book. Um, and we'll get there eventually. But first drafting it, I'm just kind of having fun with it. So yeah. And then Crystal said, Etsy, awesome, my mug list increases. Yes.
Yeah.
Even though I don't drink coffee or tea, I still have so many mugs.
Well, this is cranberry raspberry juice. So.
Exactly. Or also like wine out of a mug.
Oh,
That I would
classy. For the
recommend.
last stream, I'm down for that.
Yes. Picked up some cheap wine yesterday. We are all good to
Same.
go.
I even, I thought maybe I need some motivation, so I bought these like really short, like small shots, because I was like, maybe I drink one before every like sprint in the last like hour or so.
Okay,
But then
yeah.
I was like, I can't handle alcohol. Like I never drink, and I never like get drunk, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like 2 of them, and I'm like, I shouldn't be on the internet anymore.
That's great.
But we can decide it when we get there.
Yeah.
I have the Alice in Wonderland shot glass, but I use it to make cinnamon sugar for my tortillas.
Yeah, I could see myself do that if I didn't hate cinnamon, but that's also how I use shot glass mostly. Like when we like boil eggs to eat on Sundays, like we put them in shot glasses because we don't have anything to hold our eggs. So
You don't have egg cup holders.
we do not.
I don't either. I just put them on my plate.
Fair
I'm
enough.
not fancy. Alright. Well, if someone wants to roll some dice, figure out how long we can sprint for.
How about we each roll 1 and then we get a combined?
There we go.
If we both roll our 12, or is that like too short still? Do we both want to roll our 20?
Yeah, let's do the
Yeah.
20s.
Oh.
Okay. Are you
Watch,
ready?
we'll get 2.
No.
15.
Well, 11. So, what's
26.
that, 26?
26? Okay.
Crystal eats ice cream out of larger mugs because they are smaller than the bowls.
Ooh.
Right. Yep.
Oh, I used to eat like spaghetti sauce out of a mug. Like just put cheese, spaghetti sauce, cheese, put it in the microwave, and then you eat that without the noodles. As long as you put enough cheese in it, it's really good.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I would do pepperonis and mozzarella and just nuke that
Yeah.
sometimes as a kid.
Alright. Well, for this sprint, we have our little ghosty, the mummy, the blue guy, and Skelly the skeleton.
I'm never taking the blue guy, even if it killed me. Never
I'll
the blue
take him.
guy.
I'll take Frankie.
Alright. I'm gonna go for... Normally I'll go for the ghost, but I'm gonna go for the skeleton this time.
Then I'll go for the mummy. Is that how you write mummy? Probably not. Is it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, so Nina is going for the ghost. Daya is going for the mummy. Crystal is going for the ghost. Ghosty with the
Ghostly
mosty.
with the mosty.
We got the skeleton, mummy, and then Laura has Frankenstein. Awesome, awesome. So again, we got one for everyone, which is good. So if everyone's ready, you can go ahead and start sprinting. In 3, 2, 1, happy productivity.
feel so much rage.
Yeah!
And Frankenstein won.
Heck
mean-
yes.
Congratulations. But I'm still mad that the blue guy won. Just because I hate blue guys.
There was one time we were streaming and he like won like 2 or 3 races back to back.
And in none of the races, we took the blue guy. Like, we always voted against him.
Yeah.
He's rising up against the prejudice.
Alright. So it looks like Laura's the one that won that, so congratulations.
Thank you.
And then asked, why is Feliz Navidad going through my head?
Yes.
Because it's 98 days to Christmas.
Are you serious? Did you
Yeah.
calculate that?
I googled it. I did not calculate
Yeah,
it. I
okay,
thought about
fair
it,
enough.
but no. Just googled it. And also broke 6K in your story.
Amazing!
So exciting! Yay! Yes.
Me too.
So,
I
I
got...
finished chapter 7. It's really short, but I finished chapter 7.
Nina got no words, but helped my mom make late lunch, which is always
Love
good.
that.
Food is important. I'm gonna probably get lunch in a couple hours, or just find something to snack on. Daya got 225, and Violet opened her document.
Hey!
Yay!
I need to go figure out what I did, so if you guys want to go ahead and share how you guys did for that sprint.
Yeah, sure. I only got 433 because I only read for like 10 minutes and then I went to play with my puppy a little.
I
but with
saw.
yeah. But he's in the bedroom now taking a nap, so... but with those 400 whites, I hit 20,000 whites in my project, so...
Yay!
Nice.
5 to go to get to my goal for today.
You got this.
Thank you. How do you do?
Yeah, on chapter 8, and I am switching 2 chapters orders. So 8 and
Fun.
9 are being flopped. And yeah, the cat just went missing.
Ooh.
So we will see what happens.
Nice. I was able to finish editing. I got through all of chapter 39. And I have like 3 more left to edit. But I also feel like this book kind of like wraps up a bit quickly, but it also just kind of works. So that's where an editor is going to come in to figure out pacing and stuff.
Yeah.
Because it's a mess. But yeah, I was able to finish editing chapter 39, which I got very excited because there's like one certain the character who isn't the love interest but is showed up like just completely out of the blue.
Ooh.
Like the main character wasn't expecting him at all, and then he just appeared, and I was just like, I love it. And then of course the main character's brother has this snarky line, which I just 10 out of 10. So excited. It's great. And then I started working on chapter 40. So we're so close to the end.
You can finish it
I only
today.
have 14 chapters.
I added this like whole B plot to it, and it just the book grew, and I'm just like, well, you know what? I think it's interesting, so we're gonna stick with it. Crystal realized I suck at straight lines, so I'm trying to space again. Hey, I suck at drawing in general, so
Same.
props to you.
You want to see the map that I had to send to my book cover designer because I couldn't like tell her how it's looking, but this is what I sent her. This is the map. It's pretty much just colors and like shapes. Like
Yeah.
I can't draw for the life of me.
Do you want to see a Bob Ross I did?
Yeah.
So as a gag gift, my mom bought the DVD set of Bob Ross at Costco a couple years ago. So every Christmas, my siblings and I will each do a Bob Ross. So that's what it's
Fun.
like.
Nice.
That's pretty. Whoa, that looks like legit art. Like not just lines on a paper like mine does.
So it's fun.
That's beautiful.
Bob Ross style of art feels like you're cheating because it's so easy, but it's good.
Yeah. Hey, yes, opening the document is also very important. One of the hardest things to do. Meredith, hello, welcome. Can't stick around at the moment, but wanted to say hi and good luck with all the sprinting. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
And then Daya said opening one's document and getting it into the groove is a necessary step. Very much. Very necessary.
And unfortunately, my candle died.
Sometimes that's like the hardest step too. Ooh.
It's a knockoff Harry Potter candle.
Nice.
With a
Feels
wood
like
wick.
just the right thing though. Like now that we're in fall.
Yeah.
Oh, it smells so good.
So excited for fall.
Yeah.
Everything you've crocheted is so cute. Like I told my boyfriend, I was like, this is so cute, I need to go and steal it. And he was like, she lives in America. Like, you need to calm down. Like, this is so far away.
You just need to come over and take my pumpkins, and then we can go to the dollar bookstore and get books.
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe I just need to like make a tour. You know, I can come visit you, and I can go and visit Anne and Hannah and Am, and like all of my other author friends. I'll just do a tour around America, and then I'll have books with all of you, and it'll be the best time ever.
And then all
If you want to add Canada to the list, you can come up to see me.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like I would rather go to Canada like for vacation than America, because I think Canada has like all of the, I don't know, Canada's more appealing to me.
I'd rather go to Canada than America. Yeah.
I'm right on Lake Ontario. It's
Oh,
so
I love
nice.
Water Lake.
Like, I
Which
can
lake
just
am I on?
walk to the beach.
So jealous. So jealous.
I need to look at a map.
It's so weird because I grew up in California, so we could go to the ocean beach all the time. And it freaked me out. Like, we go on the Whirlpool jet boat tour, and so the boat is doing swirlies in these whirlpools and stuff up here by Niagara Falls. And we're getting drenched, but it's fresh water, and my brain couldn't compute. Like, it's not salty. I'm not dying. My eyes aren't stinging. What is this?
True. Oh, as someone who loves to be like underwater, like going to the sea was always so painful.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm in the middle of Lake Huron and Lake Erie. So, yeah.
I don't think there's any lakes close to me. Do we have bigger lakes here? I guess we have the Bodensee. Is that in Germany though? I have no idea. I'm so bad at geography.
It's okay, so am I. Nina currently has 26 chapters planned, and I'm on chapter 8. Might be hard to finish it in September, but I will try to finish it in October, so I can write my second middle grade fantasy during Nano. Yeah. This
Awesome
book
plan.
originally had like 27 chapters, and now it has like 42. So...
Crazy. Yeah, but I've also gone overboard with like the third book in the series. It also has like 40, whereas the other have like 23. And I'm like, how did this happen?
Yeah, it's insane. And then yeah, Canada trip. Yes. You just need
How
to go on
about I
this
just
huge
come
trip.
collect you all? Like
Yeah.
we go through America and then we come to Canada and then visit you. And you have to take all of us in.
Yes.
There are like houses you can rent for vacation homes, and then we'd have like a kitchen and a living room where you could all do writing sprints and junk.
Oh, I love that.
It's so much fun.
Yeah. There is in Canada a Hobbit house on Airbnb.
Ooh.
So, not that I've been looking.
No.
Like the circle door, underground, and everything. It's a
that's
Hobbit
cool.
house, but it's in Canada.
I have
awesome.
all the feelings. All the feelings about that.
Unfortunately, it's not in my province.
Yeah. And then yes, beaches are very nice. I miss living by Niagara Falls so much. Yeah.
It
I
is not
visited and it was
nice.
quite nice. No, they should
mean,
go over there. I want to
to
visit
be
Germany
fair-
one day.
To be fair, there's Violet, who's in Luxembourg, me in Germany, Nina is in Austria, and Daya is in France. So I feel like, you know, we're all reasonably close. So you could also just come and visit all of us.
You could all go to Disneyland Paris.
Ooh,
and then start from there.
yeah.
Ooh, Paris is such a nice city.
I've not been. I have been to Bulgaria, and that's it.
I've been to England and Scotland. A week
Yeah.
piece.
I mean,
Those
I
were
feel
done.
like for someone who's used to distances like you are, Celeste, you could just do all of Europe in once. Just,
Oh yeah,
go all around. Like,
just
Yeah.
do everything.
Rent a car,
Yeah.
drive the whole thing. I think there are trains though that go everywhere
yeah,
too.
we do have trains. They're not, like, the best. Like, to get to everywhere. Some are good, but you can't get everywhere with trains very well.
I
Unfortunately.
drove when we were in England and Scotland. Like I drove in Scotland, so we started in Edinburgh and drove all the way up and around, went to Isle of Skye, and all the way back down to Glasgow. So I've driven
that
on the other
sounds-
side of the road, and we didn't die.
Hey! But it's not that bad unless you get to, like,
The
Whatever
roundabouts are everywhere.
yeah.
And there's so many narrow one-lane roads, like through Scotland, and it confused me because the speed limits were in miles and not kilometers in
What?
Scotland. It was weird. All the signs were in miles and like so many yards to the turnoff, and I was like, "What happened?
That's strange.
What happened?"
Interesting.
Yeah.
I
I
guess
don't
they
know.
really don't like England.
I mean, they're all connected, right? Like, Ireland is the one that's separate, and all of the other stuff in Great Britain is on one. Like, you can drive all around it, right?
Yeah. Wales and England and Scotland, I think.
Geography.
Yay!
Yes, it is a great idea. Just need to save up the money. One day we'll get there.
You just have to become a rich author.
You know, that's the goal. Eventually. And then Ty's been to Germany in a train. Yeah.
Nice.
Alright.
Yeah. Train should work fine. Where have you been? Have you been close to me? I live close to Frankfurt. I think it's a nice town. I really don't like our capital. I think Berlin is like a very ugly town. Like, don't go there. If you come to Germany, you can go to Hamburg or Munich is nice. Frankfurt is nice. But don't go to Berlin. Like, don't like it there.
And then Nina said, train connections used to be so much better. I did take a train overnight to go to Berlin once to see a YouTube tour. But other stuff could be so hard to get to, which is sad.
Yeah.
I want to save up to go to Japan for a trip.
Oh,
Cool.
So it's
it'll
on
be
my
so
bucket
different
list.
there. My boyfriend's brother's girlfriend. So at some point she's probably going to be my sister-in-law, right?
Yeah.
She's from Japan, so my boyfriend's brother has been going there every once in a while before the world ended, and she was supposed to come live with us permanently in Germany like 2 weeks after COVID started.
Oh no!
Yeah, and I think now he has to go back there again the next time because she's still not allowed to come because of like insurances and stuff like that. It's been like 1.5 years and she's been sitting there like, I mean, she had found a job and stuff like that, but it still sucks.
Yeah. Living in a state of pause. Like,
Yeah.
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 You don't know if I have an aqua car. You don't know. I've watched Top Gear. I can turn cars into boats.
Yes. Good luck on driving to Northern Ireland. Because it's on. Is that on? Did we agree that that's the one that's on an island?
That's
Yeah.
part of
It's
the island of Ireland,
Okay. Yeah.
but it's part of the UK.
Yes. I don't know my geography at all. Di said I think it was Munich. It was a long time ago.
That's a beautiful city. Like, I don't like Bavaria very much because they're like the special Germans. Like, they're different than all of us and they like to feel different. But Munich is a beautiful city.
And then Tokyo Disney.
Yes. I want to go to Tokyo Disney. I want to go to Japan for a month and do Tokyo Disney for like 4 days.
That'd be so cool. I haven't
yeah.
gone to Disney since I was like a child.
I've never been to Disney.
I grew up, like, my grandparents were, like, the same city as Disneyland.
Yeah.
So we
am
would
I.
just drive up and hang out with the grandparents at Disneyland when I was a kid.
Yeah.
So
No,
we
I
did
think the
that.
nearest to me is actually Paris. So
Yeah, my
that's
grandparents lived
too far.
like 10, 20 minutes from Disney, so like, and we were in Ohio and they were in California. So we would like go over every summer and then do everything over there with them. It was so much fun.
2019, my sister and I finally went to Disneyland or Disney World in Florida. Like, without the family, we're like, we're doing this. So we went and stayed in Animal Kingdom Lodge. So there were giraffes outside our window and zebra and stuff every morning. It was so cool.
I love that.
Awesome.
We went in February. And it was like perfect timing.
Yeah, we just have to include all the Disneys on our trip through America and Canada.
Go through all of them.
Is there Disney in Canada?
No. We have Canada's Wonderland, which has some intense roller coasters.
Oh, I love that. Yeah, we have also like a, what is it called? I think in German it's called Europa Park. So it's like right on the border between German France and I think there's another country there. And they have amazing roller coasters as well. But nothing Disney, so.
My favorite roller coaster at Canada's Wonderland is the Top Gun one. So it's just like all corkscrews.
Oh, yeah.
I hate huge drops. I love corkscrews.
Yeah.
I'm cool for everything.
Yeah. Nina wants to go to Japan so bad, but my next trip, once everything calms down, will be to the Netherlands to visit a writer friend. That's awesome. And then part of me is with Violet. I want to come to you guys. I've always wanted to travel to that side of the world. The furthest I've been is to Niagara Falls, New York.
Okay, Niagara Falls on the Canada side, way better. You can see everything.
Yes.
And it's a little less tourist trappy.
Yeah. And then Daya says, sprint?
We should probably do that.
Yeah. Someone wants to roll some dice and then figure out how long we're going for. And then last
Yeah,
comment. Sure. Crystal says Canada's Wonderland is terrifying, but awesome.
Do you want to roll together again, or do you just want to roll?
I'll do... Is this a 9-sided die? Yeah, 9-sided dice.
Okay, then I'll do 20.
Okay. 1.
I got 12.
I'll roll mine again. It was a critical failure. 1! 8. Okay.
So we're at 20, exactly.
Nice. Alright. Then...
Don't think I've ever seen someone roll like a double 1.
Oh, I have skills. No, not of.
2020.
Well, now you know, but yes.
Alright, we got Dracula, Skelly, the Ghost, and Frankenstein. So I'm gonna
Frankenstein.
Go for okay. Frankenstein, I'm going for Ghosty.
I'm going for the skeleton then.
Skeleton? Awesome, awesome. Everyone get your votes in the chat. And then... remember to hydrate, drink some water, drink some tea, or some whatever you're drinking, because I'm going to forget to do that throughout the day.
We should just, like, every 2 hours or so, where, like, my slots do, like, you should just every 2 hours go and refill your water bottle. And if it's not empty by then, you need to, like, drink it all at once.
I hate water.
Really?
Yeah.
I love it.
Me too. I'm just too lazy to refill my bottle once it's empty.
Yeah.
I have pumpkin creme brulee tea. I have Shirley Temple tea. I have lemon ginger tea.
Alright, so it looks
Those
like
are the new ones that just arrived this week.
votes are in. So we got Nina going for the Ghost, Crystal's going for Dracula, Skelly, Drea has Vampire, Violet has Frankenstein.
Woo!
And then Crystal's going to use the sprint as my lunch break, then switching to writing. Art is starting to frustrate me.
Bon appetit!
What you gotta do. Alright. And if everyone's ready, we can go ahead and start writing, and sprinting, and drawing, and all of this stuff. 3, 2, 1, happy productivity.
He's walking in slow motion. The ghost.
The ghost. Comments. Voted for the ghost. I know I did. We got the ghost. I think I was the only one. So yay.
I did.
Congrats!
Oh yes, Nina also did. Awesome. And then while we were sprinting, we had Shannon join us. Welcome, welcome.
Hi.
There. Hello.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself?
Well, my name is Shannon. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Oh. I think my voice is lagging. I'm hearing everything we just said.
Oh, do you have YouTube open on another tab?
So okay. Let me see.
Always have YouTube muted when it's
Okay.
open.
So my name is Shannon. I go under the pen name SD Houston. I do have a channel here on YouTube as well. I saw you. I think you put something down in the description box. But I am a young adult fantasy writer with my debut novel coming out 1 November.
Ooh,
Hey,
Yeah.
how exciting.
awesome.
You found the squeaky toy. Sorry.
And then how did everyone do for that sprint? I started editing chapter 40, I think it was chapter 40, and I got through that one, so I got 2 left to go, so we're getting very close to the end for Project Restart.
Ooh.
And how did you do for that sprint?
Poorly. I got 139 words, but I was mostly looking through the WRITE-A-THON Discord because I'm one of the hosts and there's no open recruitment for the other spots that are not filled. So I'm looking for other hosts for my stream. Celeste is already on and I have 1 more, but there's 3 more spots that need to be filled. So I was looking for that, and I found my co-host spot because you can be 1 host and 1 co-host. I'm going to be on someone else's channel as well. So that's exciting.
Nice. I brewed myself some birthday cake tea.
Ooh.
It has sprinkles in it that have now dissolved. And I pulled out my teacup I got from Buckingham Palace.
Ooh, that's cute.
Yeah. So that was my sprint.
And then Shannon, I know you just joined and we got all the technical difficulties figured out.
I know. Sorry about that.
No, you're good. First time, like there's always technical difficulties in every stream. It's fine.
Yeah.
Had my
And
fair
this is
share.
a very first time for me ever being live. So,
Really?
yeah.
How
Yes.
exciting.
Yes. So I think I wrote like 2 words
Awesome.
because I was rereading
That's
over what I
nice.
wrote yesterday.
Yeah.
I guess I did right. I got 86 words. I started chapter 8.
Awesome. How exciting. And then Claude also joined us in that sprint. Welcome. And he will be drafting today. And then Lizzie also joined us. So welcome. And then she will be finishing her ski romance today. Says the whole book needs to be rewritten because I didn't do enough research and the pacing is off and I hate the wedding, so the ending is random. It's fine. We all have those days. Like, yeah. From the first draft of Project Restart to the 4th one, basically everything has changed except for the main plot. So
Yeah,
it's
same.
fine. And then comments are jumping. Her goal for this book is to finish this book and start the masked ball romance, which doesn't have names like I picked out, which still doesn't have names I picked out for it. None seem to fit, but I'll keep looking through the list. Yeah, sometimes you just gotta keep using the different names and figuring out what works. I just don't like any of the characters' names in the book I'm currently drafting, so those are all gonna change. So another goal, prep for RTM. Nice. And then, yay, the ghost one! And then, Daya got 177 words.
Yay!
And then Violet was actually able to write a couple. Awesome. Nina got 470. That is amazing.
Yeah.
Yay. Trying to determine what is the ultimate goal of my utopian colony. Interesting.
To
That
take
is-
over the world.
Yes. That is not something I am well versed in, as I just do contemporary stuff for now, but
But it would be so much funny if it was something really random, like everyone have the perfect natural curls. Like, what if that was their goal?
that'd be wonderful.
Nice.
Lizzie ordered some shoes. Nice, nice. I have a book coming today that I ordered, and I was like, wait, which book is this?
Hold on, did you buy more books?
Yes. I did. There was another indie book that came out, and I'm like, I want to read this, so I bought it. So yeah. Crystal just finished lunch. My CP messages me with another fix for my chapter, so now I'm sitting here deciding if I like option A or B. Yep.
You want
Good luck
half
with
of
that.
A and half of B. Merged together into a C.
Yeah. I'll get into having someone else look at my book eventually. I'm not quite there yet, but we'll get there.
Yeah. My adult horror collection is currently with beta readers. So they're Google
Sounds
Docs,
fun.
so I'm getting the emails. So many comments on your document.
$70 for sneakers.
That's a lot.
Dang.
Do you know how many books you
Wow.
could buy for that money?
7 or 6.
Or 70 if you go back to the one.
Yeah, dollar
Back a
bookstore.
bookstore.
70 books for $70. That'd be nice. Finishing the draft also means finishing the snow duology. Oh, that's so exciting!
Yeah, but wrapping up a series is always so sad.
Yeah. Indie books don't count towards the limit, right? No, not at all. No. I put a goal on myself to only buy indie published books this year. And I was sticking to that until I went to a dollar bookstore where all of the books were $1. And then
You're
I
not-
bought like 17 books.
Now you have to even it out with more indie books.
I'm running out of bookshelf space.
Is that a problem? Do I see an empty wall behind you?
Yes. We'll find it. I think my dad's supposed to be bringing me another bookshelf at some point, so we'll have more room. I think I missed the conversation.
The purpose of the colony.
Of the colony. There we go. To not spread in space, and I just figured that was weird.
You can know whatever you want. It's your book.
Yeah.
Who's going to stop you?
We're the authors. We actually get to figure out how we get to write the plot now and everything.
They just want to hang in their corner. So are they going to be isolationists and limit the ability to travel outside of their corner of space to try and contain people? Or how are they just going to hang? Is it voluntary or mandatory?
Interesting questions.
This is why I stick to contemporary. There's not as many questions. It's just a bunch of naming stuff. And then Lizzie said next year I'm going to have to get my first readers. Hopefully I can find people who will actually read. Hey, I'm down. If you need some beta readers, I'm down. Because I'm also in that process of needing to find beta readers, and I think I have like 2. I just don't really know how to reach out to them, so we'll figure it
Just
out.
shoot them a message. Just be like, hey,
Yeah.
would you be interested in it? Like,
Yeah.
it's not that difficult.
I found some of my beta readers on Goodreads.
Nice.
Ooh.
Nice.
I'll also look into that. Yeah.
You can probably also find some in Maggie Stiefvater's Google group. I know it's mostly used for like CPs, but there's probably
Yeah.
better readers there too.
Yeah. My first goal is to find a sensitivity reader for this book because it deals with a lot of stuff that I have no experience with. So I'm gonna find someone who has like had this said experience, and then that's the next step, and then figure out where to go from there. Lizzie is almost out of bookshelf space. My room is so tiny, so I'm screwed. Yeah, I have like one biggish bookshelf, and then like another tiny like nightstand one. So It's
I
fine.
feel like I shouldn't complain, but like I
You
only have
have very
space.
large bookshelves.
I know, but I only really have space for new books in my indie shelf as well. That's very empty compared to all of the other shelves.
Yeah. There we go. Yes. All the big questions. And then Nina said, "My dog is barking at the other dogs barking outside." They do that. Yeah.
Not all of them. My dog never barks. He just sits there like.
What's going on?
Aw, yay. Good puppy.
Dog chorus. Yes.
Love it.
Lizzie says I have to do world building for my contemporary books. I have to make a whole ski lodge now for this book because the resort is boring. Yeah. I also do a ton of world building for my contemporary books, so I completely understand that. I have this. There's a lot. There's a lot there.
I designed my solar system for my adult sci-fi.
That sounds like so
I had
much
to
fun.
come
It's
up with
so
the
much fun.
colonization and the asteroid belts and the Kuiper belts and the different planets and which ones are, what do you call it?
In the Goldilocks zone?
Like, terraformed. So, like, which ones have been terraformed, which ones have not? What were the people, civilizations like before that died out before my humans came in? And then I have the whole religion system because there are gates that the elder gods can speak through to foretell the future. And like,
It sounds so interesting.
oh gosh,
Yeah.
it's so intense.
So much.
And there's a
I know.
rebel group out in the outside, and it's an oligarchy on the inside, and there's oracle priestesses who go blind from the visions.
There's so much going on.
I know. And there's
a lot to keep track of.
brainwashing and missions and secret societies and
Oh, wow.
I hope you have a lot of
Gosh.
notes.
yes. I've
So
done
much.
hundreds of hours of world building on this thing.
Jesus.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
Well, Anne, I know you said you were going to go after this sprint, so if you want to go
Yes.
ahead and give yourself a little outro.
Yeah.
Anything?
Thank you so much for having me. I'm going to be streaming for the other 12 hours that Celeste is streaming. I'm sure all of the links are down below to the playlist and my stuff, like my channels and stuff. But it's been so fun. I'm probably going to be in the chat in half an hour once I'm done with laundry, but do need to do laundry and stuff like that. So I'm going to go be an adult now, and I hope you all have fun.
Adult.
Yeah,
What's
laundry,
that?
cleaning my bathroom, all of that fun stuff. And I hope all of you have a great time with, writing, chatting, editing, whatever you are doing. And maybe I'll see you again later.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you for
Bye.
joining. Bye. Cool. 3. Awesome. And then I said to Lord, "That sounds awesome."
Thanks.
Yay, sci-fi world building.
I have one planet that's tidally locked because it turns at the same rotation that it's turning around the sun. And so the livable habitat zone is this small sliver all the way around. And is there something underground? I don't know.
This is all stuff I
Maybe.
know nothing about.
Nothing that a secret society would have something to do with.
Lizzie wants to world build a mermaid kingdom, but I have no idea where to start. All I have is mermaids and merdudes. Good starting place.
Thank you.
Laura is a queen. And then we're all saying goodbye to Anne. Awesome. So, Laura, if you want to go ahead and roll some dice to figure out how long we can go for this next sprint.
You want to do 2 20s?
Yeah.
Or a 20 and a 12?
Let's do, with our luck rolling small numbers, let's go for 2 20s.
Okay. An 8. I'll roll. The one that fell was on a 1.
Okay.
18 and 17.
It's a long sprint.
34? Do we want to do a 34?
Are you guys good for longer sprints?
I'm fine.
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
Cool. I'm good. I'm good with it. Maybe I can get both of these last 2 chapters edited. All right. So to fill anyone in who is coming in, for my sprints, I use one of those classroom race timers. So we vote for whoever we want to win for the race. For this one, we have the Mummy, the little green alien dude, Dracula, and Death. So if you guys want to go ahead and guess on who you would like to win for the race, I am going to go with Death.
I'm gonna go with the alien.
Mummy.
Awesome. All right. And then while everyone gets their votes in, I'm going to catch up on comments. Daya said my setting is also a moon that is tidally locked.
Nice.
And then we are good for 4 long minute sprint. Awesome. Violet is going for the alien. Daya's going for the alien. I'm going for Death. Nina's going for Death. Claude going for Dracula. Laura goes for the Mummy. Crystal's going for Dracula. Lizzie's going for Dracula. And then Shannon, who are you voting for again?
The alien.
The alien. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So I think we got one for each of the characters, which is awesome. So if everyone's ready, we can go ahead and start sprinting in 3, 2, 1. Happy productivity.
He used his supernatural powers.
Yes. Alright, so Dracula won that race. So Claude won, and Crystal and Lizzie. So we had a lot of people for that one. That's awesome. How did everybody do for that sprint? Nope, wrong one. There we go. I was able to finish editing chapter 41. So we have one chapter left, and then I'm going to go back to the beginning and try to cut some words because it's a very long draft right now.
Nice. My draft is getting shorter and shorter. I'm like, I don't want to write that chapter. So I don't really need that chapter. So I'll just not write it.
Yeah.
So I broke 7K on this draft.
Yay.
Yay.
Yeah. I'm at 7,077 words. I am
Awesome.
in chapter 8. And I think I want to already be nearing the climax for this story. I don't want to drag it out. No filler.
Well, I did some editing on my second book in my series. So I don't know exactly how many words in there. I did add like a couple
Yeah.
paragraphs, but I cut down a lot of other stuff.
Awesome. Yeah, whenever I edit stuff, I'm just kind of like, yeah, I finished this chapter, I read through this many pages, but it's kind of hard to quantify how much we edit.
Yeah.
Awesome. Let's see some comments coming in. Claude was able to get 566. Congratulations.
Yay.
Oh wait. I also missed some of Lizzie's comments up here. But yeah, that long sprint. I know that was a very long sprint. I was not expecting it to be that long, but it's fine. She said that moment when you realize you forgot to fix chapter 22 and you're on chapter 35 and you can't be done with the draft without cutting the crap from chapter 22. Yeah. I make random notes in my phone of things I need to go back and fix that I think of while I'm trying to go to bed, and I'm like, I was gonna change this, so yeah. I need to go back through those today as well. There goes my word count goal. I have to delete 800 words or something now. It's fine. I need to delete about 2,000 to get under where I want to be, so we'll see how that goes. And then Daya was able to do exactly 1,000 words.
Amazing.
Awesome.
Wow. Yeah.
It's awesome. Crystal is taking Laura's advice and combining the ideas the best I can to have the best of both worlds. I've written 100 words. Awesome.
Yay.
Yeah. I think it's always good to be able to figure out how to combine different ideas and figure out how they all work together and all that fun stuff. No words again, but play with the puppy. Awesome. We love it.
Admirable job.
I need to feed my fish before I forget too soon. We'll do that in the next sprint. Yeah. Have a nice day. Thanks for joining us. I'm glad you were able to get some work done. There will be sprints for the next... How many hours do we have left? 26 or 27? So there's a lot of sprints if you ever want to join back in later today or tomorrow. Lizzie was able to write 307 words, which is awesome. Minus and deleted 736, which is fine. Added over 100 more. Great. So the purpose of the colony for the dystopian thing, I think this is what we're talking about. I went for them believing in status quo, addicting that they can't live anywhere else. Interesting. And
So do they also have a population control to make sure that they don't need to expand?
That'd be...
Keep the status quo, the whole
Yeah.
2 kids thing?
And then Lizzie said chapter 22 has been cut down. Awesome. Yeah, I need to go back to the beginning and work on that a bit because the midpoint happens very early in the book, but the first like half of the book just kind of seems to like draw out, like it's like 2 months over like half the book, and then the rest of the book is like a year. So it's like very weird. So I'll try to work on that a little bit later today. But yeah. I had a question, but I completely forgot it.
Did it have to do with feeding fish?
It did not. I did go get some water though. So remember to stay hydrated with water, tea, or coffee.
I'm on my
Whatever
second cup.
your drink of choice.
Rooibos birthday cake tea.
Awesome. Yeah, I got some water, some cashews. So I'll probably have a bigger lunch later today. Yeah. I literally... Oh, the question. I thought of it earlier. So when writing characters, my current book that I've started drafting, my character is very confident, and she has like very little like social anxiety. And I was curious how people, if you've dealt with this, like go about writing characters that are completely different to how like you are, because I am not confident and I do have social anxiety. So I was like wondering how like you guys would go about like writing a character that's like has very different traits than you as like the main character, if that makes sense.
I always try to picture someone I know who is like that. Because I have a lot of friends who are the opposite of me.
Nice.
Yeah.
I made a diagram for my main character of wants, needs, fears, loves, and hates. Just so I could get in their head a little bit and figure out what they like. There are also other things you can do of like creating word banks of certain types of vocabulary that your character might draw on more. But yeah, I'm not sure. I made my YA sci-fi character very depressed, as was I. So
Yeah.
it's like,
Yeah, I've kind of noticed like a lot of like, because this character was originally going to be exactly just me. It was just going to be a self-insert character, and then I started writing the draft and I was like, oh, she's a very confident person, and like she just kind of does what she wants to do, and I'm like, what's that like? I have no idea. So
I
I've been
also
finding-
use these two books. I don't know if you
Yeah.
can see them. So there's the first one.
Nice.
They're written by psychologists and psychiatrists who work with different types of people, and they look at the traits of people and what their actions could be in certain situations. So that helps me a lot too.
Definitely have to look into that because I'm trying to expand from the character who's kind of like just very like in tune with themselves, but also just kind of like stays away from action and stuff. So yeah.
you need your main character in the action.
Yeah. Dia said they live in quantic information fields that allow for an infinite number of individuals. It's what's interesting in the story. They are purely conscious beings. That is super
cool.
interesting.
Huh.
Pretty fascinating. Talking about it really helps brainstorming. Yeah. I find that even just like
Yeah, me too.
word dumping things to like friends, I'm just like, I'll just like start talking and I'm like, perfect. Thank you so much for listening.
Exactly. That's what my sister is for.
Yeah.
Both of my sisters.
I use my hubby for that.
Yeah. He says gotta go do some stuff, but we'll hopefully be back during Anne's stream. Well, thank you so much for joining. I'll probably see
Bye.
you around in the chats later. But bye. Have a great day. Lizzie outlines positive and negative traits and uses examples from that. Yeah, awesome. I also use their hobbies to shape me. All my characters have some part of me, though. Yes.
Yeah,
All of my
mine do
characters
too.
have some form of me or some form of someone I know. And I was just thinking, I'm like, if people read enough of my books, they're gonna start seeing parts of themselves jump out. Because I'm just like, I definitely pull from personal experience. Dia said, I don't know how I do it. I base myself off personality types, I believe. It gives a framework to emulate what the person would do. Yeah. I did a fun video last year where I like took the Myers-Briggs personality test in the mind of my characters and
Mm-hmm.
tried to see what personality types they were. And for the most part, I feel like it worked out pretty well. So, yeah. Is it weird that I can write boys better than girls? I've never struggled with my boys' point of views at all. For the 4 boys pro tags I have, I can't write girls. No, I mean, they're I tried writing a boy's point of view when I first started, and like I didn't really see a difference in voice between any of them, so I'm kind of just sticking to one point of view for now. But yeah.
I'm right there with you, Lizzie, because I always thought that I was that my mind frame was more like boys because I grew up with brothers. So sometimes I think, okay, what do girly girls do?
Yeah. My boys have less hobby than my girls. That's where I can't relate. Yeah, I had a lot of hobbies throughout like high school, and they've kind of like dwindled down a little bit to like just specifically the things I love doing. So yeah. I talk to myself about what happens in my books because no one cares. Well, we care. We love hearing about what happens in your books. If you ever need to just like shoot me a message, be like, does this make sense? Yes, perfect. Or like, no, just if you ever need someone to talk it out, let me know. Um, and yeah, talking to myself gets a lot of ideas going. Yes, I have parts of vlogs that is just me like brain dumping things. Like, does this work? And then I cut it all out because I'm like, spoilers. Um, and then Autumn Ashley joined us. Hello, hello, welcome, welcome.
Welcome.
Lizzie said, every book has a theme of me. The book is strength. My pro tags think they're weak for having struggles most people don't have, like me. Yeah. I need to like think of my book's themes, if there are any. Um, I'm only near 2 boys, my dad and my cat. That's fine. We're all saying hello to Autumn, and then yes, if you ever need someone to reach out to, just let me know. But yeah, that's super interesting to just hear like how people are like what types of characters they write and which ones they feel like just like works better and flows naturally. So yeah. I've got myself drafting this book and I'm like, wait, no, she wouldn't second guess herself here. She's confident. So it's kind of interesting.
Strong, confident, don't need no man.
Yeah. Which is very interesting because it's also like a romance book, so she's like actively looking for a man. um, and yes, hello,
Save
hello
her
to
from
everybody.
herself.
Yeah. All right. Well, we've got a little over 2 hours left in this stream, so if you guys want to hop into another sprint, should be
Sure.
pretty cool. Get some more work done. Do we want
Should I
to?
do a 20 and a 12?
Yeah, that should work.
11!
All right. We're going. We're going for a short sprint after that 34-minute sprint. 11:11. There we go. All right. So we have Frankenstein, the Mummy, Death, and the Nurse. So let us know who you guys are all voting for in the comments. I'm gonna go for Death again.
Death.
Okay.
Nurse.
Okay. And yes, 11:11, very strong number. So we're gonna get all of the work done this time. We're gonna do it. We got this. Crystal's going for the Nurse. Lizzie's going for the Nurse. Aya's going for the Nurse. So we have Nurse and Death. Awesome. So if everyone's ready, we can go ahead and start sprinting in 3, 2, 1. Happy productivity.
Frankie.
That was a really short sprint.
Yeah, especially
I
compared to
finished
that.
a chapter.
Yay! All right, so I don't think anyone won that one.
No.
I was so close to finishing chapter 42. I have like another page left to go through, so that shouldn't take too long. How'd you guys do?
I'm starting chapter 9.
Yay!
And something that wasn't in my outline just happened. So hooray.
Love it.
Got some more editing done, but I felt like I barely got anything done that time.
Yeah, that one was really short. I like looked over and I'm like, wait a second, how are we already done?
Yep.
Lizzie said this fantasy violence cannot make it to draft 2. Those nightmare summaries are terrible. Yeah. The last nightmare I had was me getting my sister's toy duck out of a big pool drain. I wonder if I got that dream the night after I wrote the scary pool drain scene. Ooh, interesting. Yeah. I don't think I haven't had a proper nightmare recently, but I have had like dreams where my friends are just being awful people. So those are always fun to wake up from.
My nightmare that I remember last was a little insane. So my family and I are all in a van and we're driving up a mountain and there's dinosaurs walking around. It's like, okay. And then there's this old couple in the middle of the road arguing. And so we pull up and they're arguing and then we start talking to them and they're like, oh yeah, up over there, that's where Bob Ross's sarcophagus is. So we're like, let's go see. So we drive up there past the dinosaurs and Bob Ross's sarcophagus is made out of mint dental floss. Like wrapped around tightly so many times that it formed a sarcophagus. And suddenly there is a cooked chicken with bacon strips on it. And the bacon crawls off the chicken and starts chasing me around. And so we open the sarcophagus and the bacon comes into the sarcophagus and we close it in. And then we decide, let's camp here for the night. So my dad puts the sarcophagus in the sleeping bag with him. I'm like, and then I wake up. I have no clue.
What?
That is my brain.
That is interesting.
Yeah.
All right. I don't think I have any dreams that interesting.
Were you hungry before you went to bed?
I don't think so.
Like I remember like the first couple nightmares I had, like when I was a kid, like the first one, like I was in control of Princess Peach because that's just how my child brain worked. And she was in a dungeon and I had to choose which door she went through, and with one she was gonna get like killed and the other one was gonna be happy, and I was just freaking out. Yeah, and then the other one was like I was like gardening outside of my house and all of a sudden this car just pulls up. And then I'm like, well, that's weird. And then a green person walks out of it. So this was probably around the time that I had seen Wicked on stage. And then the green person comes over to me and is like trying to kidnap me. And I'm like trying to scream and nothing comes out. And I have a whistle and the whistle's not working. And I'm just like, what the heck? So those are like the only two like actual like proper nightmares I can remember. They're from when I was like
weirdness.
kid.
Like Captain America was on a bed in on like a circle in the middle of a giant swimming pool. And I was Loki and I had this plan to take over the world using mayonnaise. I don't know. And I had to like swim to the island bed with Captain America and feed him stuffed penguins. Like stuffed animal penguins. I don't know.
So interesting. It's like, what does this mean?
No, but mayonnaise has fermentation in it sometimes, right? Depending on how it's made. You can actually use like if you make it yourself, you can use the liquid that comes off of like yogurt, which has live cultures in it. And I think there's a series on Netflix. I can't remember the name of it at the moment. It's escaping me, but they have like little mini shows, and one of them is about how yogurt took over the world because they were smarter than everybody else. But it was kind of dark.
Interesting.
Let's see if I can remember the name of that series.
Yeah, my brain. I don't know.
It's the writer's brain. It's always trying to think of
Love, Death,
something.
and Robots.
Okay.
So,
One of the effects companies up here worked on that. They tried to recruit me.
yeah.
Cool. Crystal got some more brainstorming, less writing. That's a-okay. Brainstorming is always important. I had to take a look at my master timeline to make sure the book that takes place at the same time as this doesn't have any conflicting events. Lizzie wrote a few words and daydreamed about how you could fix the nightmares, not got nothing. Yeah, you'll figure it out eventually. You'll get there. Autumn was able to refill her water, lit a candle, and sent a couple of emails, and now I'm ready to write. Awesome!
Cool.
Admin stuff is always important. I probably will have to do some of that later today.
Never.
Too many horror stories.
All the horror.
Yeah. My nightmares seem to come like after I watch the news, so I'm very surprised I didn't have terrifying dreams last night.
My earliest nightmares I remember are I loved 101 Dalmatians, and so I was one of the puppies, and my nightmares were in black, white, and red. And Cruella DeVille was opening the window. We were trying to like sneak past on the street. Like, please don't get us, Cruella.
Sounds like my dreams. Yeah, just crazy and all over the place. But it makes sense while you're there, and then you think back on it, and you're like, why? Lizzie had a dream. Captain Hook made me walk the plank, and I went to an underwater stuffed animal store. Interesting.
Nice.
And then my dad had a dream that 5 Seconds of Summer complained about our cereal and left. We all just got the random dreams going on. Love it. Love it.
Good times.
Yeah. I always also forget to change the banner at the bottom until it's like not really relevant. I'm just gonna hide that. But yeah, I am very close to finishing this next chapter. So I know we just finished.
And it's the last chapter?
It is the last chapter. So that's exciting. But I also want to go back to the beginning and try to see if there's anything that I can cut. But I don't think there is.
I don't write my last chapter until I've gone through the whole novel again.
Oh, interesting.
It's something that feels final about writing that last chapter.
Yeah. Yeah.
For sure.
I think this draft is currently saying, with the entirety of the last chapter pasted in, it's like 92,000 words. So
Pretty good.
it's kind of long for a typical young adult contemporary novel with no romance or fantasy or sci-fi or anything, but I feel like it's interesting enough to warrant all of the words. So that's the important part, I guess.
Shall I try rolling again?
Yes.
18.
18. That is...
But this one's a 1. Should I try that one again?
No, let's stick with it.
Okay.
If I can find the correct screen, I'll get the timers up. There we go. Let's do 1881. 18 and 18 backwards. So 1921.
Woohoo!
Right, and we have a
Interesting
Hannibal
year.
lecture.
It's 100 years ago. No. Yeah.
Yes.
Math.
So we got Hannibal Lecter, Diego the Dragon, the Mummy, and the Devil.
Hannibal
Going for the
Lecter.
dragon.
Okay. I'm gonna go for the Mummy this time. I normally don't. I normally go for the Dragon, but I think I'm gonna go for the Mummy this time.
Okay.
And then while everyone gets their votes in.
Di's going Devil.
Nice, nice. Lizzie said chapter 35 has no purpose, just going to write random stuff. Yeah, my chapter 9 in the draft I'm working on, it has nothing to go. It just doesn't. So, That's what first drafts are for, just trying to figure out what works, what doesn't, what needs to be there. So we got Di going for the devil, I'm going for the mummy. Lizzie is also going for the mummy. Awesome. So, if everyone's ready, we can go ahead and jump into the sprint. Hopefully it'll be a bit longer than last time, which is good. We can get some actual work done. We can go ahead and get started in 3, 2, 1. Happy productivity. Awesome. I was able to finish up chapter 42, which
Yay!
is the last chapter of the book. So now I'm gonna go through and just like make sure that I've all the name changes that need to be changed are changed and all of that stuff, and figure out names for the coffee shop and an ice cream stand. So little things, but the big part's done. Yeah.
The ices of fate
Awesome.
for
How
your
did
ice
you
cream
guys
shop.
do?
I got distracted by another live stream
Yeah, it's
that
fun.
is doing poetry right now. So it is Somber Honey, so Danny,
Mhm.
and the Troublemakers. And yeah, so I wrote a little poem. The prompt was the end of the world, and my poem was, let's see, the world ended, its gases seeping, streaking, seeking me out, the deadliest toxin rending the air, the SBD. For those who don't know, that's the silent but deadly fart.
Nice, nice.
Yes, my family is cursed. It was fun growing up. Anyway, that was my sprint.
Nice.
Awesome. And I just continue to edit. So
Awesome.
my novel is in at 93,000 words at the moment, but I'm hoping to cut it down to around 90,000 by the end.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna try to do. I was gonna make
Sounds like
make
a
those
plan.
tiny edits and then hopefully cut down a little bit. But
Yeah.
we'll see, because I've also had like no outside feedback on any of my books yet. So once I find an editor and have someone else look over it, I think that'll definitely be helpful. Just getting someone else's feedback, so it's not just me thinking like So we'll figure it out eventually.
Yeah. I had a critique group for the first 15 chapters. So, and I know that my pacing is really off. So I know there's a lot to cut in there to get the pacing back on track. And then I have a developmental editor I'm sending the manuscript to next week. So I'm trying to finish it up so I can get it to her.
Yeah, I might
I think
start
you're
looking
gonna have to
into
cut
that.
like scenes and chapters or just sentences to get the pacing.
At the sentence level. Yeah.
Nice.
Yes.
Yeah.
To fix it.
Yeah, I think I'm at that spot where I'm like, all of the scenes and chapters that I want to be there are there, and I feel like they're all important. So if I cut stuff, it's gonna have to be like unnecessary description or unnecessary dialogue or stuff. So yeah. Awesome. And then Lizzie said, her lips were soft like the fur of a polar bear. You can tell how done I am. Yeah.
Nice.
I had one random line. I don't remember which book it was in, but I was like comparing something to beef jerky, and I don't remember what it was. And I think I eventually cut it, but I'm not 100% sure.
My first attempt at a first draft for my adult sci-fi.
Mhm.
It was an intense assassination plot, and the 3 people were being assassinated. And I literally wrote, pew, 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 all 3 fell down. I was like,
Love it.
Oh no.
what? No!
Yeah.
I could do better than this.
I came across a line earlier and I just looked at it for like a good minute. I'm like, I don't know what this is supposed to say. So I just cut it out. Replaced it with something else.
That
I'm like, I
happens.
don't know. Yeah. Dia said that went by fast, 299 words. Awesome.
Nice.
Nice.
And then Lizzie finished chapter 35 with 2 new paragraphs. Bored to death, but this next chapter, the last one before the epilogue, will be way better. That's exciting. I feel like, yeah. I feel like the chapter like right before everything starts happening in my book, it's kind of like it's necessary because you need to see the world before stuff goes down, and then you just get thrown straight into the terribleness. So, yeah. Crystal didn't count my words, but I'm working on changing how the scene feels. My character used to be a super hot, lava-filled used to be in a super hot lava-filled cave, but I'm changing it to where the lava doesn't look like lava anymore. Interesting.
Yeah.
Is it crystals?
Is it crystals?
That would be cool.
Crystallized crystal lava?
Yeah.
That would be really cool. Yeah. Awesome.
Oh.
It's been a long day. It's been like a long
You
5
got so
hours.
many hours to go.
I know.
We've already been going for over 4.5, so
Yeah.
it's pretty good.
Not too bad. Yeah. I'm grateful for the break. When Anne is hosting her streams, that'll be nice. But yeah, it's exciting getting like work done, seeing everyone else get their progress done. It's just very nice.
Yeah.
Lizzie said this was something I wanted to capture in the time until the end of time. Yep. Crystal said it's supposed to be the layer of a fire god, but the god is dying, so that's not as fiery anymore. So just kind of
Just like cooled lava.
Yeah. Interesting.
Do they twist the lava into shapes before it cools down enough to freeze?
Lava bending.
Yes!
Yes. And then Autumn said, I cheated and wrote a little bit longer than the timer on a roll today. Absolutely A-okay. I definitely do that a lot and just kind of keep going if I like am in the groove of writing. I just gotta get all the words out. And then Lizzie said, when I want to finish a book, I wrote stupid stuff on purpose and don't delete it.
Oh
Yes.
no!
I feel like that's why my pacing is so off, because I get so excited about finishing a book. I just like keep going until the end, and then like the ending it doesn't seem rushed, but it also feels like it is because I like write it all in one day. So it might just be that.
Steal away, Crystal. Steal away.
Go for it. Yes. And then Lizzie said at least his 6-year-old brother has a 7-year-old girlfriend now. The only part I liked writing today. Huh. Cool. All right. So are you guys good to go into another sprint?
So good.
Awesome.
So good to go.
Sure. I'm ready to get back into editing.
Yes.
20.
Awesome.
Okay.
Unless we want to add another die.
How much would be on the other die? Like the maximum?
It could be 4 or it could be 8.
Let's roll the 8.
Or 6.
Let's split the difference and go for the 6.
Okay. 25.
All right. Cool. So for this one, we've got the Devil, Diego the Dragon, Skelly the Skeleton, and Ghosty the Ghost.
Ghost!
I'm gonna go for Diego this time, the Dragon.
I like the ghost.
Okay. Ghost, Dragon.
His little arms.
They're all
Yeah.
so cute. And then Crystal's going for the Devil.
Is
Anyone
he your
want-
fire god that's dying?
Yes,
the
skeleton's out
Fire
right now.
God. Awesome. Well, as everyone gets their votes in, we can go ahead and get started sprinting in... Lizzie's going for the dragon. Awesome.
Sweet.
In 3, 2, 1, happy productivity. Dragon. Did I vote for? I think I voted for the dragon. Yeah. So I got the dragon, and Lizzie also voted for the dragon as well. Awesome, awesome.
And the ghost is last.
I started going through the list of things, like words I needed to search. So like different names that I was changing and all of that. I did think of a different name for the brother-in-law, so it's no longer Jackson, it is now Nick. And it just kind of fits better his character. I don't know why, but it just does. And now I'm trying to figure out the name for a very important cafe throughout like most of my books. So I'm trying to find something that fits its vibe, and nothing's sticking out at me yet. So we'll get there eventually.
Nice. I wrote a poem
Nice,
for
nice.
the
Oh.
poem stream.
A lot of poems today.
The poem was list, so I wrote a list poem.
Cool.
So it goes: sunshine, sushi, snapdragons, a few of the things I loved. Should be loved. No, whatever. Siblings, snails, suspense, a few of the things I put up with. Sunburn, sickness, splinters, a few of the things I hated. Stephen, his suntan, his scent, his sleeping around, the things that drove me to this place. Snick, snap, scream, no more. Yeah, so that's what I wrote.
Nice. Well,
What you
I just kept editing my novel.
Yep.
Yes.
Nice, nice. How far are you into editing?
I actually still have a little bit of revision, but the editing I'm working on today is just going through and like double checking my names, because I actually write about Irish mythologies. And so, and I include some of the Irish language, which can change depending if it's, you know, used as an adjective or noun. So I'm going back and I'm double checking that I have the right conjugation, I guess, of each word.
Yeah.
It's not really the right conjugation, is not the right word because it's not a verb, but
It's not a verb.
their nouns and their verbs change based off of the other words in the phrase.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Awesome.
Lizzie finished their book.
Yes. Congratulations. Yay.
Yay!
So
So that's
exciting.
2 books completed during the live stream.
Yeah. Yeah, awesome. It's always such a good feeling. And we smiled at each other before returning off into the snow, snowflakes of happiness falling down on us. Not sure what this means, but now epilogue time. Hey, it sounds good.
Yeah.
And now, of course, word lags. Yeah. Make sure everyone saves and backs up all of their work sometime between now and later, because I'm going to forget to do that unless I remind myself.
Yeah.
So make sure you guys back and save up your work so you don't
It's
lose a
saved.
draft somewhere on a flash drive like I have. It's not fun. Definitely not fun. Dia moved on to research. Awesome, awesome. Crystal had their husband figure out the size of my dragonic fire god. We're using Dungeons and Dragons as a base. Cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yes, congratulations to Lizzie. That's such a good
Yeah,
accomplishment.
congrats.
Okay, I have so many edits to do before I can let this draft rest, but the last line has been written. It is kind of done. We're right in the same boat. Have the
Yay.
last-
Yes.
Yeah, I have everything written. I'm just editing, adding adding little touches here and there, making sure that it's all good before I send it to someone for feedback. But yeah, that's
So let me ask,
awesome.
how do you know what you're going to edit? Like, have you left yourself notes throughout the draft, or do you just go back through and read it and edit as you go?
So I normally finish a draft and then I kind of like let it sit and work on something else. And while I do that, I like write down notes of like things I want to add, things I want to get rid of, things I want to change. And then I like go back with like the 2 documents up side by side, and then just kind of neither copy and paste or like completely like retype stuff. So for this one, I was like copying and pasting everything and just reading through it and changing what didn't make sense.
Gotcha.
And then and then I've also like kept like random notes on my phone as well of like, oh, this should be this instead, where it's like really minor changes. And then I have like a lot of, if I don't know the name of something, I don't know where I learned this, but I like put TK and then whatever I add on, like whatever I need to put in, because there's like barely any English words that start with or that are use the words letters TK.
I actually have that in a video that I'm posting here in the next couple of weeks. It talks about that, and I give the source for it from another YouTube video, but I don't remember what it was now off the top of my head.
Yeah, so I do that. So like right now I have like TK ice cream for the ice cream shop, or like TK cafe. But yeah. How do you guys go about like editing stuff? Because it's always interesting to hear how other people do it.
It depends on the length of the project. If it's a novel, I usually have brainstormed a list, and I have a list of different types of things that I want to edit, like different plots I want to weave through because I'm an underwriter, things like that. If it's a short story or a flash or a micro, I just start reading and go for it.
Nice.
So I'll do a lot of sprints to get my words on the page, and if there's sections I'm like, I'm not sure what I'm going to do here, I'll do everything in all caps and I'll highlight it. So I have places like that throughout my draft. Now my highlighting is all different colors. There's no color coordination. But other parts I'll go through like as if I'm like just, okay, what happened in the last chapter, and I'll kind of review it and I'll highlight sections I know I want to come back and revise or edit. I also have my monitor here. I have sticky notes all the way around my monitor for all my revisions.
Yep.
And then I also have a notepad where I write everything down too. That's kind of like the phone that you have. You say everything in your phone.
Yeah.
I write it on a notepad. Yeah.
Yeah. I have like notes scattered everywhere. My phone, my computer, sticky notes around my monitor.
Yeah.
Like just like index cards, like notebooks. Yeah. So I'm trying to get like more concise of like putting them in the same spot, but it's just like random thoughts come to me. I'm like, I gotta write this down or else I'm gonna forget.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm the same way. Yeah. I just watched a video earlier this morning, and she took the master class for Judy Blume, and Judy Blume says she has one notebook where she does all her notes. I'm like, I'm not that organized. I'll be anywhere and I'll think of something, and so I'll just write it down on a napkin or whatever.
Yeah.
I'd have to remember to take that notebook with me everywhere.
It's when you take the napkin and like tape it into the notebook.
There you go.
I have my master notebook for my adult novels and stuff like that. And then I have this one for my middle grade horror. So I have two now. But
that is organized.
Yeah, I'm trying to get more organized. So I have like one notebook I'm trying to fill up with just like random notes and like random handwritten scenes. And then I have another notebook, which I'm using to start with all like outlining stuff. And like character sheets and all of that. So I'm trying to get a little bit more organized, just so hopefully I can start drafting, like quicker drafting, so I don't spend like 2 or 3 months working on a single draft. Because I feel like first drafts are always hard. Like they're hardest, but also easiest, because it's like I just kind of word vomit onto the page, and then like editing, I don't know. It all depends on the book as well.
For sure.
Yeah.
I have to agree. My first book was pretty easy. I did the word vomit, but it came out pretty clean. It didn't take a whole lot for me to edit and revise. Where my second book is like, oh my goodness, I finished it. I didn't write the last chapter, but I finished everything else. I thought I still have so much work to do.
Yeah.
So
Lizzie said, the day I finish a book, I add small things. This one has a long list. Well, we've got a lot of time.
Yeah.
Once the day is over, I don't touch the draft at all until it's time to edit. Yeah. I try not to like touch the physical draft. So if I want to like add scenes, I'll like handwrite them down and add them in later. And then just again taking notes. After swim practice, I'll be editing hard. Awesome. Yeah, cool. Well, I gotta keep coming up with names for different things. I did figure out the mom and dad's names though, so those are good, even though they only like appear once, like the names appear once. So, if we'd like to go ahead and figure out how long we can go for our next sprint.
Sure. 27.
Perfect. Cool. Alright, so for this one we have Death, the Dragon, the Werewolf, and Carl the Clown.
Clown!
I'm gonna go for Carl the Clown.
Werewolf.
All right, everyone, get your votes in for who you would like to win. Gonna try to remember to switch the banners these times. It's always a shoot in the dark whether or not I'll remember. Daya's going for death. I'm going for the clown, werewolf. Okay, cool. And then as everyone gets your votes in, Sako's going for the dragon. Awesome, awesome. So we got one for everyone at least, so that's always a good thing. And then if everyone's ready, we can go ahead and start sprinting in 3, 2, 1. Happy productivity.
Darn it, death.
The one time I don't vote for death, death wins. But Daya got that one, and I think that was it. So congratulations, Daya. So for that one, I have fixed all of the placeholder text in the draft except for the name of the coffee shop, and there's like a legal thing I need to figure out whether or not I can use the song lyrics to Silent Night in a book or not. So need to figure that out.
Nice.
Yeah, slowly getting there. How'd you guys do?
I watched the rest of the poetry stream that was going on and wrote another poem.
Awesome.
The theme this time was resurrecting the classics. So I wrote, "The classics are never dead, just dormant on the shelf. Their pages dry with age, but filled with promise. Your touch, your eyes, your soul to breathe life. Words shimmer, worlds collide. Wide windows to the other side open, swallowing you whole. The classics are never dead, just dormant."
Nice.
That's it.
You're gonna have a whole book of poems by the time you're done today.
Yeah.
So Silent Night is in the public domain.
Okay.
So you're good on that. It came out 1818, which is over the
Yeah.
time limit for the copyright.
Yeah. It's good to know. So then just got to figure out this coffee shop name.
The only one coming to mind is Coffee Bunny Cafe.
So my husband is now taking college classes. He's retired from the military, but he's doing college, and he's doing a business class where they were given a business, and the business he was given was a coffee shop. And I don't remember what he called it, but I was like, you should have called it Juju Bean, because our youngest son, Julian, we call him Juju. So I was like, Juju Bean would have been great.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure like something out that feels like very like home-like, because like the whole reason that the people created this cafe was to like for everyone in the community to have like a place that they feel loved and accepted and feel at home. So I'm trying to figure out something that goes along with those lines.
My brain said buzzed on beans.
I did figure out a name for the
Home
ice cream
brewery?
stand.
No, that sounds
so
beer-like.
That was good. Yeah, I'm like hometown beanery, hometown cafe, but I also don't want it to be like. There's nothing wrong with it already existing, but I have like something about it. I just want it to be very unique to the book.
Ground with love.
Yeah. Yeah. To the comments. Lizzie had to jump out since it is time for lunch, which is absolutely fine. Hope you have a good lunch. And then Allie says, I don't have to work till 11 a.m. tomorrow, so I can stay up late and write. Exciting.
Nice.
Yay.
Yes, late writing nights are always good. I'm definitely going to be up late tonight. But
Yeah, me too.
That's going to be fun. I'll probably edit my video for tomorrow tonight because I haven't done that yet. And then Anne says, yay, death. And then Allie said, Grim Reaper, awesome. Perfect. So Allie and Daya both got death. Cool. Yeah, you weep, dragon. Awesome. Well, we have about 10 minutes left before Anne starts her stream. So if everyone's okay with it, we can go ahead and end now. It gives people some time to go eat, go get some water, take a short break before Anne starts her stream. I have a link down in the description. I did update it, so both of you guys, pointing this way, both of your guys' YouTube channels are linked down in the description.
Oh,
So
yay.
we're good
Thank
there.
you. Awesome.
Of course. Go over and subscribe to them. And then I also have the link to the rest of the streams for the next 24 hours. So if you guys want to just go to that playlist, it'll take you to the next stream while it's getting set up and everything. But yeah, thank you guys so much for joining. Make sure to hit the
and I'll
like
see you
button.
later.
Yes, I'll see you later for tonight's stream as well. And then I hope everyone gets some more writing done, takes the break that they need, whatever you guys need to do. If you guys want to do quick little outros as well before we head out.
Awesome. My name is Laura Nettles. I have a YouTube channel called Laura Nettles. Very handy. I do writing stuff. I am currently drafting a middle grade horror, and I've been vlogging the process. And I do writing sprints on Twitch. The channel is Laura_Nettles. And yeah, come follow along, and it's going to be a wild ride.
Awesome.
I'm Shannon, and my YouTube channel is SD Houston. The content I publish is geared towards those who are self-publishing, because that's what I'm doing, as well as I bring in some of the things that I used to teach college English and literature for many years. So I bring in a lot of what I used to teach my students into the videos as well.
Cool, awesome. And I'm Celeste Joan. This is my channel. I'm here. I try doing writing sprints at least once a week, and then I also post writing vlogs each week, and then just random writing, reading related content, if I ever have it. So I've been pretty good with that recently. But yeah, thank you guys so much for joining. Go on over to Anne's stream. It's starting in about 7 minutes, and we just hop in between streams for the next 24 hours. But thank you guys so much for joining, and we'll see you guys all later. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.